Okay, let's see if that's going to work. Doobie-doo. Let's see. It's going to work. Okay. Why is that not working? Oh. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Hmm. Oh, ad is starting. All right, fine. Got this stuff to work on anyway. I don't need to define anything, so this is just an enum. Ow. Yeah, these are all just enums. Except for this, obviously. Ad starts in 18 seconds. Maybe it didn't start already then. Okay. Fair enough. Have gain. We have domain warp gain. What other stuff do we need to add in here? Domain warp coordinate 2D, which is probably... okay. Why does it still say ad starting soon? That's confusing. Improve XY planes. This is 3D, so I don't really need to mess with that stuff yet. I would actually like to update how this seed. So this seed just iterates, which, I mean, I guess is going to be a lot faster, but I would like it to be semi-random. But I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay. Uh, IJKL. The BY1J1. That I don't know the name of, or the, like, what is this? Oh. Maybe it's a copy or something. Oh, original. Must have been the original somewhere in here. No? Hmm. This is all 3D stuff anyway. I'm probably going to remove most of the 3D stuff, but I'll wait uh, until I need to. Because, you know, might eventually head into the 3D stuff. The other option, of course, is to, instead of doing 3D noise and going from there, which can be very difficult to fine tune correctly, I think the better way of doing caves and 3D things is by doing another post-processing pass that goes on the z-axis on the side, yeah, across it, or splitting it up. I mean, depending, it'll probably be split up because it'll probably be a compute shader, but the idea still stands. It'll be post-processed into chunks, and then yeah, and then we'll add in the caves and all that stuff. But that'll definitely be a future me problem. Okay. Mm-hmm. State.domain warp frequency, that is correct. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can use the same seed. And this is kind of, I don't know, considering there's so many dang seeds, and I could put in 30 billion in here or something, and nobody's ever going to have the same exact one. But if somebody does have uh, the same seed, well, I guess it is kind of the point, is that if it has the same seed, it'll have um, the same map. So I guess that is kind of the point anyway. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we could make this more random, but then it wouldn't be able to pull it back with the same seed if we randomized the seed for each domain or each octave. I mean, because it would be different every time it calculated this, even for the same seed base seed, which is not ideal. This is 3D. Don't care. Pain. All right. Don't need this. This is a get noise 2D. Yeah, yeah. That's good. That's good. Fractal type. That's good. Let's see if there's anything in here. I don't think so, but I don't know if this has the domain warp. Like, does it do the domain warp and then do the fractal? I don't think. I think the domain warp is based off of these. But we'll see. Yeah, there's no domain warp here. Okay, that's fine. I think it's after everything is when it does the domain warp. Right here. Yep. State.fractal type. Yeah. See, and this is not correct. um, because this FBM has fractal, and it's just going based off of that. That doesn't make any sense. Phenol fractal type. Where is it? Right here. Yep, yep. See, and they just added it all together. Hmm. Fractal with domain warp. Okay. All right. Well, where is this called then? That's it. What? So wait, it doesn't actually do domain warping? Uh? So maybe that's why I couldn't get it very random, because not only do I not have any of these selections, there's no actual domain warping happening at all. Interesting. All right. Set this to fish or something. Okay, where's the thing? There we go. Okay. So it's not actually doing the domain warping? Get noise 2D. Hmm. Do single domain warp 2D. Domain warp single. This will be domain warp gain. This will be domain warp linearity. Domain warp frequency. Okay. I don't think domain warp is actually done. I'll create noise. Yep. Mhm. Transform noise coordinate. Mhm. Maybe it's in the fractals. Get noise single. Mhm. Okay, that would be a single noise value, not actual ping pong. Yeah, so FNL ping pong. Let's see. So it just bounces back and forth between things. It hard cuts it off, which makes sense. Yeah, I don't think domain warp is actually ever done. Domain warp single 2D. Yep. That's it, huh? Hmm. So, what if this is in there? Domain warp 3D, that's it. It's void, but it's in out, which means that it puts X, it takes an X and then outputs it on the same variable. Got it, kind of like a buffer value. I don't know why they wouldn't do FNL domain warp. That's weird. That's it. Yeah, so domain warp is not. Oh, ad starting soon. All right, well, that's fine. Um, yeah, so domain warp is not done. All right, well, we can either add that in. Let's go open this. Oy. So I guess domain warping probably just shifts the base X and Y to a random different thing. I don't. Yeah, that'll probably work, because this X Y is not going to be changed if I do that. It is. So I'll have to do another chords out of it, right? Yeah, I think so. So if I do an independent 2D, let's see what it does. Um, this does for the number of octaves. We do a single domain warp every time, and then change the seed or increment the seed, and then that's it on that. Mm-hmm. So I was just gonna do this one, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so it takes just a square root, that's fine. Well, it's the square root of 3. It's not actually doing the square root because that would be very expensive. Okay. So they just floor them. Float I. Okay. Where's I? X, Y, X, R, Y, R, out grad only. Oh, gotcha. So it's going to be X minus, so just this just truncates it. Okay. Then they take the minimum values, multiply it by the square root function here. So we're getting a prime number here. That's what it's doing. or we have prime numbers, which of course makes it so that they don't get there's less collisions. Because this is essentially just a really big hash function, which is why it's so slow normally. Hmm. Ah, Benel grad chord out 2D. That is a very long thing for domain warping. Holy crap, that's one single one that's like, yeah, 100 lines. Over 100 lines. It's a lot. Amp, which is up here. Oh, okay, frequency, warp amp, seed, yep. Okay. So essentially we're shifting this x0 to a new prime offset uh, coordinate and taking the value as if it was going to be there instead. Oy. And then we can do that for each octave, for each different noise function that we pop in for these octaves. And that means that each one is going to be offset by, on the, if there is a pattern, it would be offset by a different domain. Which is good. That's what all this stuff is. Okay, so let's just do, so we have chords. But I don't think that I want to change those. Yeah, because, yeah, if I changed those, it would change where I'm loading it from. That's not what I want to do. So instead, what we want to do is ivec2 equals chords dot xy. Okay. Now this should be I missed an N. There it is. Okay, next. Oh, there's a lot of these. All right, I think I had to save in here. Did not. Boo. Okay. Is that it? That was not it. Where is it? There it is. Okay, so now we go over here to, where is it? There it is. And we'll say warp domain.x, warp domain.y. There we go. All right, so I don't think that's going to work because I don't think I have anything in this state there, but that's all right. We're going to add this in first and see what it says. Piled without error? I don't think so. I think you're lying to me. So hmm. So I'm going to take this seed here and we're going to just say 1337. Okay, now that's what I expected. Because, yeah, there we go. Wait, that's not what I expected, though. I was expecting an error, but it wasn't because of this. Shader is null. Parameter and shader is null. So I know that these are going to be... let me go ahead and add those in. Shader editor. Okay, where is it? Probably up above this. Yep. Gain, lock, and arity, octaves. So those are the only ones that I added. No, I also added frequency. I think that's all of it. That's a lot. It'll look very uniform in here somewhere. Maybe. hmm. Is it just called create state? There it is. Found it. Okay, so don't need domain warp amp. I don't need domain warp type. Okay. Okay, so frequency is a default of 0.01 F. Default of 0.5 F. Lock and arity a default of 2.0 F. And octaves, I think it was 3. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but what is it? Hmm. Ow. requires 0 bytes of push constant data. I think it's just because it's missing something. So like if I just get rid of these, let's see if it still errors. Does not, okay. So it is for sure this domain warp suit D. Here. Yeah, you said that. Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. FNL domain warp 2D, no matching overload function found. Okay. Huh. Is it? I don't even know if there is like a way to private it. Well, let's go ahead and try. Shader editor. FNL get noise 2D. Okay. Yeah, so FNL domain warp 2D. Because this would be default because it's not supposed to be open simplex to reduced. What? Domain warp fractal type. Oh, I haven't chosen that yet. Okay. Wait, wrong one. Fractal domain. Okay, well, now what? FNL domain warp 2D, no matching overloaded function found. Why? Hmm. FNL domain warp 3D. Bounded between -1 and 1. Yep. So why is it not finding this? That's kind of weird. FNL float X. That's fine, because it's supposed to... Oh, it's not supposed to be an IVEC2. Oh, wait. It's supposed to be a float? What? And what? Hmm. I'm gonna turn that fan off. It's cold in here. FNL get noise 2Ds and FNL float X. I'm confused. So why is that bad? Like why would chords.x work here, but this does not? Oh, maybe I can do it like that. No, no overloaded function found. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube. Should be at least. Am I still live? Oh. Oh, you found me. Vil Kaiju, huh? That like regular sized monster because it's not oversized and it's a little small. So this is an IVEC2, which is an integer, vector of two integers. Now I don't know why chords.x and chords.y works here when it's an FNL float. That is confusing. Hmm. They made movies and songs about how he terrorized Japan. Oh yeah, and a band maybe, a metal band. Hmm. So these are all FNL floats. So okay. So what if I mean, this is not going to be a good idea. What if I did it anyway? Ah, I broke it. Um, only because he is super big boy. Yeah. Well, if you drink your milk, I'm sure you can catch up in time. Drink your milk and listen to your metal. Charge on that energy. Well, what the hell? So if I, well, so this works. Domain warp 2D. This works, right? Yeah, that works. It just crashed, but it works. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Uh, hmm. I think that's supposed to be an integer, isn't it? Yep, it is. Oh, the buttons? Yeah, they should be working right now. It's probably gonna be really loud in my ears. It's gonna be funny. Mm. That plays a woof clip? Like what? What kind of clip you talking about? Like a clip of a actual wolf a wooing? I like this idea. It must be done. Hmm. Ah! Ah! What? What's happening? Oops. A booze. No, 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 a booze. Okay, so let's keep it at. Okay, there we go. So if I did progressive on this, it shouldn't change anything. And it didn't. Okay. Um, it's very rigid. Yep. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, so like a. Hmm. Yeah, weird. So I should be able to do an FBM and domain warp. They should be separate. Uh, hmm. Which is what I was assuming. Yeah, so I actually don't want a fractal on this one, the biome map. Which is fine. Can mess with that once I have this all working. Domain warp progressive. Yeah. So what about my default options? Oh, well, okay, that didn't help either. Mm-hmm. Rotation type. It's kind of cool. I can rotate it in space, which I might add that in as well. That's something I can't do over here. So here's domain warp coordinate rather 3, but I don't think it's ever actually called. Domain warp fractal independent 3D. So this FNL get noise, it's not an in-out variable, which means uh, uh, hmm. I don't know. Okay, maybe it's something with the in-out that I have to mention that it's an in-out variable or something. Hmm. Attribute same as in, varying same as out. Gotcha. Okay, so for function parameters, there we go. In, out. Yeah, in, out. Good. Okay. Parameter declared as out will not have its value initialized by the caller. The in-out declaration combines both. The parameter's value will be initialized by the value supplied by the user. Okay. And its final value will be output. Hmm. Chronos.org. Mm-hmm. Yes. Come on. Oh, to verify that I'm human. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so it has to be a constant. Cannot be called on a value that is unsettable. This includes shader inputs. Okay, so what if instead I use them as floats instead of IVEC2? Actually, what if I just say vec2? Huh. Because it's not supposed to be an IVEC, it's supposed to be floats. But the other one is supposed to be floats too. I'm so confused. Wait, is it working? Is it working? Noise type. I need fractal type of independent. Let's see. Okay, so without this thing, let's see what happens. Did it crash? God dang it, I went Alt-Tab too fast again. Oh, ad starting soon. How dumb. Okay, so we're going to wait for it to go a little bit longer. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, it's definitely domain warping it. Yeah. So let me go ahead and grab those values so I can start playing with them and see that it's actually doing something. Here, create state. These guys. Okay. So we're going to say 4 octaves. We're going to say a lockinarity of 12 and a gain of 1.2 and a frequency of 0.1. There we go. Well, very much see this if it works. It does not work. All right. Oh, it's because it's new state instead of state. That makes sense. Okay. And generate. Oh yeah. See, that's very much working. You can see it all little jaggedy here. So if I don't have domain warp, if I don't call this, does it do it? Let's see. It certainly does not. Cool. Okay, so I just fixed it. I did the thing. Yeah, so I fixed it. There was an ad apparently, and that sucks. I fixed the thing that I was trying to fix, and there was an ad going on. Why can't it just know when I'm about to do something cool? Anyway, so without the changes that I just made, it doesn't actually domain warp. Domain warp essentially just means that the edges of these things, it warps them in ways. So like you can see this 2D value here. So you can see this 2D value here. If we said like, oh god, not 45 octaves. Holy crap. Here, so if we don't have domain warp, it's just flat lines. Because this basically just takes a point grid and then does like a line of sight between those 2 points, and it's just a random value. If I domain warp it instead, each of these points along this line is going to be modified by a noise value. And so it makes it all rough and stuff. Simplex is more like Perlin noise. Yeah, it can make things fluffy. Yeah. It's actually a good way to make things fluffy if you're doing it like noise value wise. Um, Especially if you're doing like 7 octaves, like it'll get real fluffy. Oh, well, let's go with like 0.15. Boink. Yeah, it can get real fuzzy. And if we did simplex, it doesn't, it doesn't reduce as much. Basic grid is way off, but it's just a way to make it so that these, this is cellular noise instead of this, which is what I'm actually using, which is called simplex, which is a variant of Perlin noise. So here is a better way. So we can see that without this, here we can actually go to where's ping pong? Here it is, ping pong. So with this, we have ping pong values, right? So like this just means that this whole entire line is basically lines that are 1.0. Things that are very white are things that are like -1. And so, that it this ping pong thing goes so that it hard cuts things off, so it becomes very rigid. You can also do rigid in it, and it gets pretty rigid, but it's not as rigid as ping pong. Now, if I add domain warp, it'll start taking these things and warping them according to a thing. So it's like putting a blur filter almost, like a mosaic filter on top of it. And that makes it so that it's less, especially for things like procedural generation, it makes it so that it's less patterny. Patterns look great, except in places where they shouldn't be, like a repeating pattern, or what looks like a repeating pattern in procedural terrain is going to be annoying to run into as a gamer. So I wanted to have this different, and that can really, yeah, just from there to there. Oh, geez, that like rotates it, and it doesn't even look anything like the original. It's crazy. And then grid, it just smears it. It's kind of cool. Anyway, so this original function here that was provided to me by this fast noise light repo, it wasn't actually calling the domain warp thing for some reason. It had options to do it, but it never called it. So that's one, and that's why I couldn't get it to work, because it wasn't calling it until just now. And two, even if it was calling it, it only had these 2 options, which is the amplitude, which means how far I'm going to shift each point, or can shift each point. Hey, Quicks. Welcome on in, and welcome home. And this, and then this warp type, which is just this right here, grid reduced or simplex. Those are the only 2 options that I had. These things like amplitude or amplitude was there, but frequency, the octaves, the lockinarity, and the gain, all of those were based off of the base states frequency, noise, and gain, which means that if I wanted to have more of these hills or less of them, if I did domain warp with that, that means if I had less of these, they would also be domain warped less, which is a lot less control than I'd like. So if I wanted it really hilly like this, it's also going to be hilly and fluffy, and maybe I don't want that. So I split all those out into their own variables as well here, which is, I did some of that offline yesterday, but it's now working. So Now I can turn it on like this, boink, and I'll probably add an actual check here, but now we can go boink, and now it makes it fuzzy. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. So if I did 12 with like a 4.2 gain or something, let's see if it actually works. Oh, yeah. And it makes it really chunky. Yeah, that is very fun. And if this was not on, then it goes back to being, yeah, back to being the boring thing. Sweet. All right. That is what I wanted for that. I do not actually want this at gain of 0.1. There we go. Yeah, so I added all of these types of things. Ah, 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 ah. It's paper. Paper airplane. Okay, so that makes me very happy. Actually, what happens if I put chords here? I just want to see if it actually breaks things. Ah, beans. So many beans. Thank you for patties. I think that's what that was. Yeah, it very much crashed. It very much did not like that. I'm going to try it again just because I want to prove to myself that I was right. I should not be messing with those chords. But do that, turn the CPU so I can get my biome map, and then we're going to go into getting those biome colors back with the compute shaders. Okay, didn't work. Goes blink. Okay, now I can put this back to the random value, which is params.seed. Okay, now it should go back around. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and I can actually pull all of this information. I could pull this out to parameters as well, so I don't have to keep on going into this shader code to change it, and I could just change it inside of here. But that's going to be a future me problem. But first, I have to pee, so I will be right back in like a minute. Alright, hey, I am back. Move this up. Okay, there we go. Let me redo the biomes. Boink. There we go. Now I know that the lockinarity or the domain warp is actually working. Very nice. Makes things look a little bit more natural too. Instead of just a big old sand dune everywhere you go. And then I can start messing with those once I start fine tuning things. I can start messing with those to make things look even better. And now I have those tools. So, yay. Okay. Alrighty, so next I've got to start doing things with my shader, with my biomes here. Hmm. I don't think that a UVec4, well, because chords, I think that should just be a VEC4, right? Yeah, because if it's UVec, then the coordination is going to get truncated and ruined. So that would not be a good idea. Okay, compute biomes. Yeah. What do you want to tell me now? Compute biomes. Image store, no matching overloaded function found. Chords, which are an iVac, and biome map, which is a UImage 2D biome map. Um, So why does image store not work for that? Because this is R8, which is an 8-bit int, unsigned int. Should be 0 to 255. Let me bring these back in. Actually, let me bring all of this back in. In fact, all of this right here. This. Boink. And domain warps. Just in case I want to use them. Octave, an octave of 1 actually means not using it because that just means you're taking the first iteration of it instead of taking a second octave and then shifting it over. All right. Compute biomes, compute. Image store beans? Get it off. Beans. Was that a boop? Boops and pats. I should get my... Oh, don't! So many. they're going. There's so many of them. Stats. How do I get pet nerd? Yeah. Trying to find out how to add those back into my interface so that I can see what's actually happening. Look at the dog getting pet. Typical dog behavior. All right. So, image store, no matching overloaded function found. So maybe uimage 2D doesn't have a image store. IVEC, UVEC. It's not a UVEC though, it's a uimage 2D. You still need to pass a 4-component unsigned vector. I see. Wait, what? UVEC 4K. So it has to be UVEC 4 like that? Just crashed again. No. Okay. Bring it back up. All right, let's see if it actually did anything. I don't think it did. No, didn't. Okay. Back to float noise. Yeah, gotcha. If I multiplied it by 10, maybe that's why. Because the values here are going to be like 0 to 7 out of 255, so maybe that's why it's just all black. Yeah, okay, that's why. Except, Hmm. Let's see. So if I multiply that by 50, there could be 50 could be outside of the range. Oh, it is actually randomized. It's just very high frequency. 0.0254. Let's do that. And the gain is at 0.5, right? 0.5 and 0.45 for the 0.5 gain, 0.5, not 0.5. Okay, we do that. Do this again. Okay. God, it's so much faster. Okay. Well, we have. It's very hard to see, but it is doing stuff. It's just the cells are. Hmm. Okay, that's It's not looking great. State.lockinarity is 2.0, yeah. Weighted strength. Doesn't have weighted strength in here? 69. All right. Dang it. Come on. What if I made this even lower? Oh, and the lockinarity quite a bit less. Still didn't really make it very much different, did it? Hmm. Hmm. I don't have any of my cellular choices here, so I should probably go grab those as well. Yeah, I don't have any of this stuff added. Get state, or create state, I mean. Okay, this will be state, not new state. I mean, that's not going to change anything because those were defaults. Hmm. Hmm. Oh my. So if I turn off domain warp. That's right. is it so... Oh, I put the wrong... See, that I just did my own dirty deed here and was changing the domain warp frequency instead of the actual frequency. Silly me. That should work. Yeah, that looks much better. All right. Much, much better. Okay, so this doesn't need to be times 50 anymore. I can now actually see that it's doing things. I'll make it domain warp as well. Why not? Ah, crashed again. Dang it. Thought I waited long enough. Okay, here. Okay, project. God, that's so fast. So, so fast. Perfect. I'm going to go even smaller. Or larger. It should be larger chunks. A little bit. See, it should look kind of like this, only in red, and not in black and white. I guess I could just do times 10. Really? Didn't seem to do much. Huh. 0.0254 is what it was. Euclidean square, cellular stuff. Um, hmm. Oh, I have to do cell value because otherwise it's going to do this. Dummy. Uh, return type, not this. It has to be cell value. Derp. Cell value. Shader, fast noise. Cell value. There we go. I'll fix it. Don't you know? Yep. It's a little warped, but that's fine. supposed to be. Really? Okay. Actually, all this stuff should be one more in. Don't actually know why it's all tabbed in, so let's tab it back up. Okay, it's good. Yes, yes, good, good. Okay, project settings. Okay, it's still really grainy. Amplitude. Wait, is my domain warp amplitude not in here? Put this in here. Oh, add is starting. Okay, do this. That's still really grainy. Why is it still really grainy? Plane squared. Hmm. Oh, I don't need. Okay. Hmm. Gain weighted strength. Uh, oh, is it because I'm using simplex? Okay, basic grid is what we want then. Whoa, okay. Still really grainy. Why is it grainy? Point 0.05. Maybe the frequency was too high. Lockinarity 5. A little bit more variant. Amplitude, this one says 12. Sure. And just 1 octave is fine, because 2 will mean that it's really grainy. So yeah, let's see if this... There we go. That's what we're looking for. Ah, yes. Okay. So I no longer need that times 10, because now I know that it should just be the biome number itself. Oy. This is a little bit of a because it's an 8-bit number, which actually it might be better if I do this as R32, 32-bit instead of 8, just because of the registers and the GPU. Efficiency, GPU, GLSL. Suboptimal half precision. Avoid using scalar 16-bit float variables. Vectorize the data into 2 or 4 element vectors. Converting to and from 32-bit and 16-bit as a computational cost. Reduce it by minimizing precision conversions. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. Well, this is just for Vulkan stuff, but basically... Is of source slower instead of is of course. Um, GLSL. Just trying to minimize the amount of RAM that I'm using, but I mean, it's only going to be like a couple of megabytes difference, so I don't really think it's that big of a deal, but just wanted to check. See, I don't need a signed. Can only be used on integer images? What? That's not true. Oh, okay. You have to do the actual atomic exchange things in order to do that. So, yeah, I don't need to do that. There will be some sequential usage of stuff, but that's all right. Considering the speed is going to be way higher. Well, look at it, it's like a checkerboard. Speed is going to be way higher in the GPU, even though I have to schedule it with the CPU and then do it kind of one by one instead of all at once. But that's all right because the GPU speed is going to be so much faster that the overhead's not really going to be noticed that much. Maybe there is later on. I'll have to optimize things out, but not for right now. Okay, so I gotta bring this shader out. Oh, not Blender. No. Oh, did not mean to click on Blender. Go away, Blender. May have to pause the stream and go eat in just a second. So maybe on this next ad, I'll go grab something real quick to eat, like some hot pockets or something. 5 more minutes. I can do that. Whoa. Yep, so it still does the domain. Did it? Did it? I don't know. We'll know now. It's gonna crash. Dang it. So it's definitely, let me do the amplitude higher. So it's definitely still doing the warp, even when I don't actually have the domain warp on. Uh, yeah, that's all right though. Pretty mountains, cold. They're not that pretty, but yeah, they're all random noise values. Hey, Saturn. How's it going? Divs. I'm not too bad. Pretty hungry, so here in the next couple of minutes when that ad pops off, I'll probably go grab some Hot Pockets and be back, but other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Made some changes to the Fast Noise Light library here, so that's what I'm testing out right now. Basically all this stuff right here. I don't think that the noise type. I don't know if the noise type is that actually correct. Fractal type is right here. Noise type is this. Ha, see, I knew it. I knew it. I lied to myself. All right. That's why things were kind of weird. Okay, bring this up to here. Why are these all... Oh, oops. Get some munchies and hop into ME3. Nice. Yeah, I'm going to get some munchies here in 30 seconds when that ad pops off. Yeah, so if I did open simplex 2, okay, let's not have... Let's not have 4 octaves there either. What the heck? My head pops off. Oh no. Why is it still doing that? Because it has a frequency of 10.1? I am very silly indeed. Oh, the ad is starting soon. So once that pops on, I will be back. Probably be a couple minutes of just looking at ugly stuff. It didn't work. Okay, I am back. That's a little bit better. Smoother, yeah. So if I did cellular, it'll look well, like cells. Yeah, actually looks pretty good, but oh well. 0.6 on that frequency. Oh, okay. So if I put 0.2 on the frequency, I actually don't want cellular. I want back to open simplex smooth. Ah, it still crashed. Dang it. Thought I gave it some time. Get my colors back because they're pretty. Okay. There we go. It's rigid. Looks pretty cool. All right, so yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, so with the domain warp, it's because they overload this, and it's silly. Oh well. I think this is actually better at a lower strength. Means that there's going to be less of the noisy things and more of the bigger. Yeah, looks kind of cool. Anyway, that's not what we're working on right now. Right now, I'm working on. Oh, I don't even have it open yet. Man, it got real hot in here real fast. Come on. Okay, got that back. Got some AC going. So where's my biomap? Right here. I create it. Right here. Food in my mouth. All right. These syncs I can do a bit better as well. That's not something for today, though. Okay. Probably could do a VEC4 with an RGB value on one, and then the so it'd be float RGB, and well, that's the thing. Like it may not actually be an RGB value that I send in. I mean, it will be now, so I can see it, but I don't think it'll be an RGB value once this map is actually working. Hmm. Hmm. So I could do another compute shader to color it in, or I could do it as a visual shader. Hmm. So if I did it as a visual shader, it would look like this, and I'd have a sampler array. which would be basically just RGB, like an array of RGB colors. Could also make it so that it's an array of. Well, I wouldn't be able to put it in if it was a custom array. Right. Yeah, so I wouldn't be able to do that, especially if I wanted to do it with multiple different um, materials. I mean, it could be a sampler of materials, right? I think so. And boy, these are globals. Yeah. So since the biome albedo map is not actually updated, I'd have to either update it with my RGB values based on this guy right here, which we can barely see, but there is more than just black there. Um, Basically, it's just this, except it's not RGB values, it's just red, and each of these is assigned a single value. The reason I have it like this is so that this can be saved out. And then when it's loaded, I can just kind of paste things in there. So number 1 would be a forest, and number 2 would be, plains or whatever. And then I can create this after this has been done because I don't have to do more noise values anymore. Because right now the only reason I'm actually using this albedo map is so that I can actually see where the biomes actually get created, so that I can tell that the noise functions are actually getting passed in there. Well, so I can create this with a CPU or GPU. If I did it on the CPU, I would just split it out from here. Where is it? The reason I might want to do it on the CPU anyway is so that I can use materials directly. Although, normal map. biomap CPU, which is right here. It's in this create new map. That's actually with this biome factory right here. And it sets it as the albedo color. I mean, I guess when I have it later on, I can change it then. Hmm. So if I did it the way that I do with the CPU, instead of just setting this as the biome type, where is it? Biome type here. I set it to the color of that. I could do that. The only problem is that now I have to, so biome values here. I could add another, wouldn't really be a float, would it? It'd be a, hmm, hmm. Come on, where is it? Mm. All right, let's do this. Compute shader, GLSL. Boobity-ba-doo-doo. I don't want to change RGB. 2-finger drag. Basic shader programs, sure. Be vec 3s. RGBA colors. If the length stored as the fourth value. At 3 is 3 by 3. Yeah. Used to get a texture sample. ability is called a swizzle. Hey Dusty, how you doing? Mixing colors. That's cool. So yeah, I just use a vec3. Can I pass in a vec3 array? Parameter input compute shader. Finally here. No worries. Welcome. Oh, Unity properties. Well, no, I'm going to be doing that in a second, but not yet. No. Vector 3. All right, we're going to go to Godot 4.4 compute shader. Yes. Float data. Variables. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is only doing C#. Yeah, so this is a float array. I mean, I could try to do like a vector array, but I don't know if I can do that. But we'll see. Um, so I can kind of show off what I was doing before. You got here. So prior to my changes, it looked something like this. Terrain. Take off the domain warp. And it's very smooth, little bubbles. But I wanted to be able to warp it around the edges here to make it look a little bit more natural. So I added in all of these things to it. And actually, it wasn't even calling domain warp before. So it was, yeah. Now instead of those just smooth things, it warps it. So I can mess with that later to make things look a little bit more natural. Which is pretty cool. As for the biomes, I've got them sort of working. I just have to figure out how I'm going to put it into colors like this is. So I could just be lazy and use the CPU to take those colors or to take the number, the biome number, and just output this looking thing. But that would be just a hacky approach and would only, I mean, it would work, but it would not be scalable or usable to other ways of doing things. So I want to get this a bit more thought out before I do that. So this right here is what it's using for the colors. So I just have to make this biome albedo map color full instead of white. So if I don't generate these colors using the CPU first, then all of this is just the white base material, and so I can't really tell where those biomes have been generated because I don't have them actually generating with the GPU yet. Well, I mean, I have them generating. I don't have them outputting color with the GPU yet. So Hmm. So I could input some into here. So the two options that I'm looking at is one, I could keep it all within this biomes thing, which would mean that I would have to pass in like a vec3 array, which I don't know if I can. I can try it, I guess. Biome colors, like that. If I can, then I can just pass them in right here and then pull them out right here. And that just does what the CPU side does. Which, I mean, if this works, then yeah, okay. But eventually, it's going to be a lot more than just a flat color for a biome. There's going to be, lots of different functions and things like that with, different height values and different noise functions and different types of trees and spawn points and all that stuff that has to be added in later. And so having this biome just as like an albedo input is not really that useful later on. Right now, the only reason I have this showing colors anyway is so that I can actually see that the biome things work. So if I, well, I wish I could, I can watch this. If I delete this, delete. I didn't mean to do that. Don't want to delete it. I want to put it as like an empty. Um, what is it? An image texture? I don't know. Not quite, but is it going to crash? Oh, okay. Well, if I don't have those colors already generated, it's going to crash now. If I don't have those colors already generated, it's just white, and I like being able to see where the biomes are, especially as I'm doing dev stuff. Later on, I might be able to do that as like a dev tool so that I can, we can see the different biomes, much like how the colliders, I can turn them on, like in debug mode, basically. That would be kind of cool. I'm sure I could do that at some point. I just have not looked into. Yeah, so this is what it looks like when it hasn't generated the colors. And it is generating the biomes. It's just generating them as a map of. Well, you can't really see it because it's very very small variants, but it's just a map of numbers. So biome 1, biome 2, biome 3, etc. Very much like this over here. And I need to, so I could just take those biome values just at face value and start running ahead with it, but I like to be able to see it. So I have to figure out how best to do that. Well, let's try it this way just to do a little hacky solution, which is if this works, then it works. If it doesn't, then it's not going to work. Okay, so 0 bytes of push constant data. So I need to do this. Let's see if there's a way. std 430 vec3 array. Every fourth entry is unused. So a vec3 is actually a vec. Well, what are you doing? And a vec3 is actually a vec4 with um, the fourth value always being 0. Okay, so std 430 doesn't use that fourth value, so it doesn't actually pad it out. It just shoves all of those bytes that are unused and moves them all together instead of having gaps. Uniform buffer objects. Mm-hmm. Vector, yep. And these are buffer blocks without relaxed block layout. Right. So that was what I was reading before, is that this in the 140 always has to be on 16-bit boundaries. So since we have a 4 here and we have 4 4s here, this always has to pad out this vec3 so that the offset is always, a boundary is always at 16. Whereas these ones, it takes those extra padding bits and just squishes them down into an offset of 4 instead of an offset of 16, which is a lot more memory efficient, but I think it's technically less hardware efficient, but I don't think it matters that much for things like this. Shader storage. Oh, God, that's bright. Ah, so bright. 460. Okay, alignment is 2n, so 2 times the size of float, 4n for vec3s and vec4s. Mat3 is equal to 3 vec4s. Yeah, so this is saying it needs to be aligned to a 16-bit boundary. avoid using vec3 and mat3 in shader storage buffers because it's confusing, because a vec3 is also a vec4 as far as the boundary goes. Mm-hmm. Okay. I also don't know when this was made. There's not a when it was made thing. Because this could be years ago, back before. Oh, 460. Okay, so it's 4.6, which is exactly what I'm using, I do believe. Actually, I think it's 460. Okay, so I should probably use not mat4s, vec4s for this. Yeah, so this is actually what I was saying as well. Speed of accessing data in the STD, the standard 430 layout, is a little bit slower than with a uniform buffer, but that's fine. I don't really see it being a big deal because it's already really fast, and this is only going to happen during map creation, and so an extra 2 or 3 seconds is not really going to be even noticeable, let alone worth uh, optimizing for right now. So vec3 array, so I can actually say vec4 array, and I could just say 1.0. Yeah, let's go ahead and bring that in. Where's the shader? Ah, beans. Thank you for pats. I need to. Ah, so many beans. So many beans. There's so many of them. I need to figure out how to add that thing back into my OBS so I can see who's redeeming them. Oh, redeemed hydrate. Oh, see, that's what I need to do. I need to add a sound for that too. I shall hydrate. And even left myself unmuted so that you can hear it. Need to do is hydrate from eating all them beans. Yeah, them beans dried my throat out real hard. Hmm. Ow. My knee hurts. Is it still raining outside or something? So here's the biome map. So I could do two outputs. One is a biome map and one is a biome albedo map. Okay, let me make sure. Multiple image store and same compute shader. I did all that wrong. If I do an image store, then an image load, I have to use coherency. Don't render to that frame buffer in the same operation you're loading from it, of course. That doesn't make any, or that makes sense rather. Yeah, so I think I should be able to both load and store two different things. So I have an image load here. I could say instead of pixel, because this is biomes, will be biome value. This, we're going to call it biome value map. Okay. And then we will have a biome albedo map. And this is not a U image 2D, it is an image 2D. And it is an RF? I don't know. What is it? Oh, well. Type is biome albedo map. Where are you, little buddy? Here, create new map, right here. Albedo map, RGB8. Oh, okay, so 32 bits, that's fine. Yeah, that'll work. RGB8, blank. We'll say this is binding 1. We'll say this is binding 2. So biome albedo map, we're going to toss that in there. Okay, that's not unsigned. It's a regular one. Value pixel dot R and image store, and then do this. Albedo map, yep. Yep. Howdy. And then we have to load it right back in. Alrighty, that should be changed. Biome value pixel, and this will be biome albedo pixel. Okay, and I can rip this out and do a new compute shader if / when I make updates to that. Restrict, yeah, correct. That's a box. Yeah, it's a random object. At least it wasn't a hammer like it was last time. Ah! Soap. Call me stinky. Yeah, it's a set of objects. It's like soap and boxes and an anvil and a hammer and stuff like that. Ah! Oh. No! Oh no. Why are you so mean? Right? Very Acme. Exactly. Sorry, not sorry. Uh-huh. Mm. It's gonna be this biome value pixel. No, not pixel. Noise. Not noise. Biome number. That is what it's gonna be. So I need to do biome albedo pixel. Vec 4. uh, oh. No, not Vec 4. Biome albedo pixel. There we go. Uh-huh, with your little heart there. You know, band-aid. Realized a bit too late that there was an ad going on. That's all right, though. Yeah, that should be right. Now I have to connect this from the CPU C# side here. Very end of this, we're also going to have an albedo map. Compute list, bind uniform set. Okay, we want to say 1. This is uniform set. It shouldn't be uniform set. It should be... oh, no, wait. Hold on. No, no, no. That's set, not binding. Binding is up here. Biome value array uniform. Now I need to have this. Okay. Come on. This stuff is always so confusing. Create map image RID and uniform. Okay. Out biome albedo map. Whoa. Hey. Biome albedo map. And out albedo uniform. This will be biome, call it value uniform. All right, so this will be in order, value uniform, albedo uniform, biome value array uniform. Oh, that's the chance of rolling things. Okay. Yeah, it is. Was that for the raining thing? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. RGB A. What is it called? R. Look at all these things. Oh yeah, code being confusing. Yeah, it's really confusing going back and forth between CPU and GPU because they want vastly different ways of talking to each other. So the GPU, you have to have every single block of information lined up um, as far as the bytes that you send to it, whereas the CPU doesn't really care. It'll work however you do it. It can't be all of that, right? 32-bit, no, I want R8. RGB8. Is that a thing? No? Mm. Okay, well, what am I using in my biome map? Image.format.rgb8. Uh-huh. I mean, I may as well do it as a ARGB, right? U scaled unsigned. Right, yeah, unsigned. Floating point, alpha red, green blue, 8 bits per channel in the 0 to 255.0 range. Yeah. But what is norm pack? Oh, that's normalized. Oh, gotcha. sRGB, VRAM compressed, unsigned floating point data. I don't want to use compression just yet. That's going to be even more confusing. ARGB. I don't want negative. I want unscaled. Is this it? That's it. 8888 unscaled. Let me make sure that's vec4. Should be vec4. All right. And actually, since it's unsigned, it should be U. Right? Yeah. It's chords. That's fine. That's fine. Yes. Okay, yes. That's the actual pixel value, which is an ARGB value, which is going to be unsigned. That has nothing to do with the actual coordinates. All right. Got it. Compute biomes. I mean, I already know that it's not going to be able to load things, but I want to see what it says anyway. RGB8 unrecognized layout identifier. Is it ARGB8? ARGB8 data format image 2D GLSL. Oh no, what did I just do? Come on. Image 2D GLSL. Image format. This is Chronos, which is going to be whatchamacallit, Vulkan, but that's fine. Image formats do not have to store each component. Still resolve to a 4-value RGBA. sRGB. I mean, I don't really care about that right now. I just want a linear RGB value is perfectly fine for me. RGBA 16, which for me would be 8. RGBA 8, yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's see what it yells at me for on this. Biomap and image size. Okay, I have to bring those back out. Where's biomap? There it is. Biomap. Length. Array must be declared with a size before using this method. This will be unsigned as well, so. I think you're right, though. Oh, RGB8 does not apply to unsigned integer images. It's not an unsigned integer, it's just it's an unsigned. Huh. Array must be declared with a size. Well, I don't know what the size is. That's kind of the whole point. It's a buffer. Hmm. Formula x times 1. Hmm. No, because it won't let me set a array size for like a dynamic array size. It has to be a static, like a unchanging number. But it was working before and now it's not, which is that's the weird thing. Because like this stuff didn't change. And honestly, it might be because biome buffer dot biome, yeah, that's right. So it could also be because I am not passing anything into it yet, and so it's just empty. Had to find trick ways to set a constant number. Yeah, that's going to be a very big thing. Although I think the updated version of GLSL in 4.6 and 4.3 make it a little bit easier. So before I wouldn't be able to do something like this, like getting the length of it. I would just have to tell it how many to go through. I wouldn't be able to actually have a dynamic value there. So thankfully they've made it a little bit less of a headache to go through that because yeah, HTML had that a lot where you had to, well, I mean HTML and JavaScript and all of those are not typed, and so everything can be anything. It's just uh, you have to know what it's supposed to be, otherwise it'll just be garbage. Um, okay, so no more uniform. This was now called value uniform. This says ABGR. Here's RGBA. Scaled? Yeah. So confusing. All right. There's so many different formats. Okay, we have albedo uniform. Why didn't I do that in here? Yeah, this value uniform dot add biome map RID. Why don't I just do it right here? Uniform dot add ID map RID. Okay, and since I did that, I no longer need this. And then I could do this exact same thing down there. Okay, yeah, I get it, but I want to go down to this thing. There we go. There we go. We just add the ID inside of the thing so I don't have to have it carried around up here. Okay, uniform set. These are all on set 0. So value uniform, albedo, and the input, which is the value array. Mm-hmm. Oh. RGB8, RGB8. Albedo. Okay. Right. I mean, I guarantee this is going to be an issue, but let's see if it is an issue that crashes it. Nope, it just complains at me. Whoa. Okay. This is good. This is good. This is good. This means that I'm sending it, but I'm sending it in the wrong block size. Expected 1080 by 1080 by 4. Uh, Equals. So I need to. I'm missing 3. Uh, Binding 0 should provide one ID referencing a texture. Okay. Hmm. Does that mean that I can't have 2 input textures? Let's see. Hmm. Oh, right. Uint layer. So be Beto map. What is it called? Albedo map RID. Okay, yeah. This will be this output bytes. Okay, that should get rid of that error at least. It did not. Image binding 0. Oh, did I bind them on the wrong? Let me see. The shader set is 0. That's right, I think. Okay, so this is texture updates on The biome map, which is, yes, that is correct. You can at least check the order of creation here so that I can see kind of where that is coming from. I did not see it. So it doesn't actually get to here yet. Okay. Zero, 1, 2. I guess I don't have the biome colors there yet, but that's... The push constant data is wrong. I already knew that. Hmm. So that'd be empty biome map. We're going to call this an empty albedo map. Man, there's so much stuff in here. I have to clean this up a lot because there's so many steps in this one function that's just really hard to keep it in the brain. RGBA8. RGBA8. There we go. Albedo map with the empty biomap. Blah, 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 blah. All right, let's see if any of those go away. Nope. Image binding 0 should provide one ID referencing a texture. It got 2. Huh. Hmm. What does that even mean? This uniform set is null. Yeah, so only 3 of them, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Huh. Um, hmm. So it's prior to this. Oops, not create. There we go. See if we can at least get a little bit of information there. Uniform set create right here. Yep. Binding 0. That's why. You silly goose. So I have to do int, and actually I have to. Those are outs, which is fine. So I have to do int binding equals 0. Put this to binding. Whoops. Okay, so here we want to do 0. We want to do 1. What? Oh, can't do that. Even better. All right. That should get rid of a couple of those errors. It did not. All right. Sweet. Huh. Wait a minute. It's because this is probably putting it on binding 1. Yep. Silly me. Okay. Here, put that as 2. Perfect. This stuff I should probably do later. Like it down here, but I will do that later. Okay, get rid of this. Clear. Click. Okay. Still same thing. Oh, that's awkward. Binding 0 should provide 1. Yeah. That's confusing. Binding 1. Uh-huh. Hmm. Why are there 2 IDs? Binding 0 should provide 1 ID. ID is provided 2. 0, 1, 2. Okay. Okay, well, time to print it out. Binding 0, okay, correct. What? It fails even before it starts to create it? Uh, what? Uh, oh. Hmm. Okay. Binding 0. Okay. Well, what if I remove the default value of that then? Uh-huh. I mean, that shouldn't have mattered anyway, but sure, we'll put 0. It crashed. Dang it. I broke it. Okay, let's try it again. And binding 0 here, then binding 0, binding 1. What? I'm so confused. End height map GPU. So it does do it. Then starting biome, we have binding 1, we have binding 2, or binding 0, binding 1. So confusing. Why is it not working? It's binding 1, binding 2. Or 0 and 1, rather, which is what it should be. 0, 0, which is what it should be. 1, 1. What are you talking about, binding 0? What? Well, I can look at this. R8, G8, B8, A8, U scaled, does not support usage as a storage image. So maybe that's what it's actually saying, is that the maybe. It's not here. It's here. I think I have to. Oh, maybe I will. I don't know. I can't remember if I need to do that or not. It is a layout, so I don't. Maybe that's what it was doing. Shader. Compute biomes. Binding cannot be used with push constant. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. All right, let's see what this means. Formats. BK. It's not Vulkan. I don't want Vulkan. Not Vulkan. Ah. RGBA8 format GLSL. It's not star. I want A. R8, G8, B8, A8. Why is everything with Vulkan? I don't. Maybe sRGB8. sRGB. Binding. Uniform. Image format. Let me see. Image load store. No, no. In a Vulkan compute shader, you can actually omit the image format. Gotcha. That's what it is. RGBA8S norm. Actually, it wouldn't be snorm. It would be scaled S norm. S norm. I don't know if it's sRGB. RGBA8 right here. Wait, I am using RGBA8, aren't I? Oh yeah. Okay. I am. Okay. It's this side of it. That's wrong. Gotcha. I have A in there, so okay. Let's do uint then, which would be RGBA 8I. No, I want RGBA 8UI. This will be back down to a U image. Right. It's the wrong thing. Binding two. Okay. All right. What error is he? Yeah, I know. I got that. Whoa, it's dark. Cool. Not what I wanted, but it's cool. I don't get it. Why is it provided to the binding 0, binding 1, binding 2? Such thing as unsigned integer back right now. Hmm. Layer, that's fine. RGBA 8. Rename it to biome. Don't think that's going to change anything. Right. Let's see here. RID. Oh, there are two different RIDs. Maybe I have to do that. Cannot convert from const four component vector of float to temp high precision four component vector of uint. Oh, right. Of course not. Now it says without errors. Doesn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. But it still has this should provide one ID referencing a texture. I am. Silly, silly thing. Hmm. Texture 2D create. Right. Hmm. Have it on. Old. Yeah, I don't. Image binding 0. Hmm. You need two uniform sampler 2Ds. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Um. God, dang it. Silly me. All right. This whole time it was that pesky thing. I bet that was the whole issue right there. Yeah. Oh man, for like 45 minutes. It's all gray now, but that's cool. Looks like a pile of ash. Oh God, that's so bright. Go away. Shoot. Shoot. Yeah. So in trying to create it easier for me, which is each thing had to have this adding of an ID thing, and I added it for the down here. uniform.addID map RID. But after I've added it in this function, I then add it again right here, which it is obviously bad. It's doing the exact same thing twice and trying to add the same RID to the same binding, which is not possible. One pesky line. All right, so I can go back to this. There we go. Shiny. Alrighty, well, I got about 30 to 40 minutes left in me. Hopefully we can get this working tonight. First thing, okay, height map is not what I want. Biome map. New byte 16. It's going to be more than 16. Oh no, that is going to be 16. I'm looking for the layout, which is right here. Biome value buffer, and RID and uniform, which I need to rename. To create biome buffer. Um, new RD uniform, storage byte. Well, it is vectors. How do I pass that? Vector is not right. Image dot. Okay, let's. Okay. Passing vec4 to GLSL parameter buffer. Do. Send colors as integers. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be integers, but yeah. Tightly packed array of only colors. Int format is RGBA. To use vertex attrib pointer. Unsigned byte. Hmm. That's C++. It's this vec4 right here. We need to do a, let's see here. Godot C# packed byte array from vector4. What's the conversion? That's pretty nice. Consequences vary depending on the source and target values. Hoo-doo-ba-dee-ba-doo. What am I doing? I mean, I could do a vector 4. Godot.vector4. Enums are supported. Yeah, of course. It's an integer type. All right, so Godot.vector4 array. Let's see if I can just pop that into there and then grab the bytes from it. Godot.vector4 array. Vector 4i. Okay, initializer. Well, like this. That's what it is. Where biome factory. So this is how I had it pulling from these things. There's certain things that I wouldn't be using, like this bass noise. It's not going to be used. Yeah. So I could do get biome data. I don't think biomes is ever used. It is not. This is a bad way of doing it anyway, because that would mean I'd have to recompile things. Mm, hmm. Okay, what do we have over here? Biome map. Get noise. Hmm. So get biome height value at position. What does that even mean? So which one's the iBiome data? Is this biome data? It is. Get noise 2dv. Right. It's a biome height, biome type from noise value. Biome type. Where is it? Right here. Biome equals get biome data, biome type, height noise. Okay. This is all very inflexible. I need to certainly need to do this a lot better by loading it from external things instead of from compiled code. Yeah, let's see. So my biome factory, I can now do this, or um, get all biome values and all biome, not chances, static void. Oh, this will be out. It'll be a float array, and this will be called values. I'll have an out vector for I. Array. Uh, colors. I mean, let's see here. Color. Godot.colors. Color array, maybe? Use color.color8. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Those have to be Fs. F, F, and let's call it F. Hmm. All right, we're just going to do this. Why is it put? No. Append? Oh, it's not a list. It's an array. Int I equals 0, values dot length. Yeah, true, I guess. Technically, I'm going through colors, so that is the more descriptive way of doing that. Colors I equals get biome data which not going to work. It's going to be biome type dot get Okay, so I need to do enum dot okay, that's not going to work. Retrieves an array of the values. Specify an enumeration type. I cannot do. All right, so C# enum from int. Should be like an enum dot get, basically. This is the opposite. Okay, well, fine then. Just straight explicit cast it. Biome type I, not OI. Dot base material dot albedo color. I should have kept those. Except why do I have to do that? Is there colors up here that I'm using? Odd. It's biome factory. Dot. Yep, there you go. Biome values is right here. Int total bytes equals this. And then total bytes plus equals colors length, size of float, no, size of color. It's 4 bytes. I guess size of float is fine. Hmm. Equals total bytes. Biome values copy. Yep, that's fine. I want to block copy colors. 2 input bytes with an offset of input bytes dot length. No, this is biome values dot length. Hmm. Block copy expects the number of bytes to be copied using array.length may not match the number of bytes that need to be copied. So I need to do, all right. Instead of total bytes, we'll call this biome value bytes. We'll call it value bytes. And we'll call this int color bytes equals value bytes plus color bytes. Biome values, we want to do biome bytes. And then we want to go from biome bytes to, or for a number of color bytes. Okay, biome value buffer. I have no idea if that's going to work. Let's see. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Crashing. All right. Maybe it's +1. Ah, really broke things. Like really, really broke things. Holy crap. Okay, there's that. All right. Now we're back. Okay. Use GPU. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, what did I... Okay. Object must be an array of primitives. Oh, I didn't do the bytes. Silly, silly me. In a minute, did I not? Hmm. Mm. I have input bytes, value bytes, and color bytes. Yes, that is correct. My color bytes itself, I need to get the actual bytes out of it. So I need to do color dot color 8. Well, let's do bit converter. Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Not biome values. I need to do colors. Biome value stuff. What? No. Of course. Get bytes cannot convert from color to bool. Excuse you? Hmm. Mm. Let's see. Convert Godot dot color to byte packed color array. Not int dot. Uh, hmm. Godot dot color. Yeah. Packed color array. Yeah. Okay. You do the inverse of this. Um. Hmm. Okay, hold on. Bit converter. No. I want one int. I want higher. Ah. Oh. Serialization AI. API. man. I could do link. It's slow. But slow isn't going to matter for like 10, 15, even up to 255. Ray. Yeah, but I don't want to copy it directly to input bytes because it has to be input bytes. You know, like if I did this, that doesn't work. Does it? Destination offset is going to be value bytes. Yeah. And the number is color bytes, which doesn't matter. Knew it. Don't crash. Come on. No. No. Um No, I just have to convert this into bytes, and this is exactly what I was talking about with how annoying it is. In CPU world, I can just call it a color, but in GPU world, I have to take each color out into its 4 bytes, and then send it to the GPU, and then I have to like. So if I have 5 colors, I have to take the 20 bytes of those colors and put it into the thing before I send it to the GPU. I can't just give it color because it doesn't know what that is. Hmm. Do. Object must be an array of primitives. So the way I could do this is colors dot map, or I guess select. Select many, that is correct. I need to do color such that color dot um, hmm, got way too caught up scanning planets. Yeah, how you liking that? Think it's better than the other two? Mass Effect 3. no. Color, compiling actually requires scanning. It's so ass. I know, right? Yeah. Come on, how do I do this? Get byte array from color array. Godot. I have to do a conversion somehow. Could just be a variant, I guess. See if there's any static methods that can help me with this. The answer is no. Variant dot create from colors. Oops. Colors. That's an explicit. I don't know if I want to do an explicit cast. Okay, we could do as. Yeah, I could do that. No. As byte? No. As byte array? Okay. Putting it to input bytes, at value bytes, the number of color bytes. Let's see if it works. I have to go to bed here pretty soon, so hopefully... No, it's not working. Dang it. Offset and length were out of bounds for the array, or count is greater than the number of elements. Because variant is 64 bits, not 32. That's okay. Well, that's going to be annoying, but oh. Offset and length are out of bounds. Hmm. I mean, as color, that doesn't help me. As color array dot. Oh, come on. Hmm. Well, I don't want to do it with this because that's times 2, and that's not right. Colors dot select many color such that color dot. Oh. Let's see here. Godot dot color to byte array. C sharp because I don't want the packed byte arrays. Those are not C sharp. Just get a to an unsigned 32-bit integer in ABGR format. This basically just is going to convert it to an array of integers, which not the worst, I guess. Or so this is actually going to be select. Oy. Actually, we don't want to do this. We just want to do .toList. Or an int, yeah, that is correct. Result selector. The type argument. Try specifying the type arguments. Okay. Come on. Does a span do? Well, that's not right. Hmm. Hmm. What do you mean you can't? It's right there. It's an uint right there. It's an integer. Come on. C sharp, whatever. bytes to var. Type convert, gd.convert. Also var to bytes. So those are two things I'm going to try. Come on, give me the thing. Variant what to variant type. God damn it. All right, var, which is going to be variant, isn't it? Hold on, we're connecting to your channels. What? Weird. No colors. Yeah? Yeah? Color num bytes, value num bytes. It has to be divided by 2. Let's see. See what happens. Oh. Oh my. Oh, it's going to crash. Yeah. Okay, what did it say? Zero bytes of push constant data. Right. Sure. System dot byte array. Oh, come on. So this should be 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it should be 2496 bytes times 3. 104. No, it's 4 times 6, which is 24, times 4 is 96. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's 6 colors, which is 24. Each one should be 4 bytes. No, 8 bytes. 32 times 4. No, that's not right, because that'd be 128. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Hmm. Hmm. So it's going to be 6 colors. Each color should be 4 times 8, which is 32. 32 times 6 is 180, 196. What the hell is going on? Color length. Six, yeah. What's 104 divided by 6? Divided by 2 would be 52. Let's see, it can't be divided by 6. So how? What? How? So this obviously doesn't work. God damn it. Hmm. Two array. Let's go directly to the 32-bit thing. Color length, length equals 6, length equals 6. unit. What the heck? Uint. Which is still the exact same thing as float, but it doesn't really matter. Pipeline is null. That's just so weird. Come on. Hmm. Use color.color8. I don't really care about that. It should be R8 G8 properties. Hmm. Each byte represents a color channel. Yeah. Oh, RGBA, not A. R. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's slightly better. Dang it. What? Must have deleted size of. Huh. Ah, it's after midnight. I have to head to bed pretty soon. Mm. That's +1 there. No. Oh, great. It's going to crash. It's failing here. So if there's 6 bytes, it would be 0 to 6. Yeah, so it should be value num bytes +1. Let's see what the error is. You should head to bed soon too. Working on retopology. Oh, fun. Offset and length were out of bounds for the array. Okay, well. So what you're saying is that this +1 is not what I want. Color non-byte, size of unit. Mm-hmm. Yep. Byte length then. Let's do that. Mm-hmm. 24. Yeah, that's right. $48. I mean, yeah, that's correct. I see. So they're actually floats. I see. What I'm doing should work. Well, let's see what the things are, I guess. Bytes. Color bytes. 0. Color byte 0 is that? What? That's not a byte. What? Oh. Stop. Yeah, I should have been in bed already. All right, well, nighty night. Yeah, I should be in bed too. All right, well, I'm gonna pick this up. Oh. Um, I think both of you can see me anyway because you're probably my only 2 subscribers. I think. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna head off and I'll just pick this up offline tomorrow probably. Um, yeah, I should have been in bed like 30, 40 minutes ago. Got to go into the office tomorrow. Meh. So annoying when I couldn't get this working. Oh well, I'll have to work on it next time. So wait for this ad to finish here. But it's been great. I actually did make a decent amount of progress tonight with this noise function here and being able to pass in a lot of these values for the domain warp is really, really going to be useful in the future. And then also outputting this and verifying that the biome, underlying biome map is getting created correctly. Just have to get this color thing figured out, but I'll do that either offline or on stream next time. So, all right. Well, thanks for hanging out. You have a good night. Bye bye.